Across the untamed landscapes of Rwanda, wildlife moves to the relentless rhythm of hunger and thirst. Survival is never assured. Each sunrise brings a new trial, and every night carries the possibility of an ending. This land demands strength, intelligence, and constant adaptation because here there is no room for mistakes. When food grows scarce and water becomes a precious prize, instinct takes full command. Choices must be swift and exact, shaped by pressure and necessity. Only those able to read the land sense danger before it strikes and endure extreme conditions manage to persist. Weakness finds no shelter, and hesitation often leads to disappearance. In Rwanda, survival is not a single moment of struggle. It is a permanent state of being. This is not a world ruled by size alone, but by sharp minds and keen awareness. In a realm where nature offers no mercy, life must be earned with every breath. In the heart of East Africa, Rwanda concentrates an exceptional ecological diversity. Within just 26,338 square kilometers, its terrain rises from the savannas and wetlands of the east at around 1,300 meters above sea level to the 4,507 meters of Mount Karisimbi in the Virunga Range, creating sharp climatic and biological contrasts. In the Nyungwe montane forest, which covers more than 1,000 square kilometers, the humid rainforest sustains one of the highest concentrations of primates in Africa, while in the volcanic regions survive key populations of the mountain gorilla, a critically endangered subspecies. To the east, Akagera National Park, with more than 1,100 square kilometers of savanna and lakes, hosts large herbivores and predators as well as hundreds of bird species. In Rwanda, compact geography and extreme biodiversity intertwine, forming a natural laboratory where wildlife adapts to every meter of elevation and every shift in the landscape. The mountain gorilla, Gorilla Beringai. Beringai stands as one of the most iconic inhabitants of this ecosystem. Its entire global population survives in only two remote strongholds, the Virunga Mountains and the neighboring forests of Bwindi, making its existence as fragile as it is remarkable. Unlike its lowland relatives, the mountain gorilla is equipped with thick, elongated fur, an essential adaptation for enduring the cold, damp conditions of elevations ranging from 2,200 to 3,800 meters above sea level. This species' sheer physical presence is most striking in adult males whose powerful frames can reach weights of up to 180 kilograms and heights of nearly 1.7 meters when standing upright. In contrast to its formidable appearance, the mountain gorilla feeds almost exclusively on plants. Roughly 90% of its diet consists of leaves, stems, and wild fruits. Each individual consumes more than 30 kilograms of vegetation daily, a routine that not only sustains its massive body but also plays a vital ecological role by dispersing seeds and promoting forest renewal. At the heart of each group is a dominant male known as the silverback, named for the distinctive silver-gray patch that emerges on his back at around 12 years of age. He is the guardian and decision-maker of the group, responsible for leading movements, resolving internal tensions, and protecting the young. These close-knit communities typically include 8 to 15 members bound together through subtle vocalizations. Physical closeness and gentle gestures, social behaviors that reflect a surprising resemblance to our own. Deep within the mist-laden forest at the base of Mount Sabino, a gorilla group moves steadily along an ancient trail carved through dense stands of bamboo. At the front is Karibo, a dominant silverback of commanding presence. The silver sheen across his hips marks his maturity, while a faint scar beneath his left eye tells the story of a past confrontation. Suddenly he halts, draws in a deep breath, and releases a low, resonant call. The group answers with subdued vocalizations, an intricate language understood only among closely bonded members. Without warning, an unsettling sound rises from the west, the heavy, rhythmic thud of chest beats striking the air. From a thick wall of bamboo steps another silverback, equal in size to Karibo but with shorter fur and a defiant stance. This is Anteko, a solitary male driven from his original group 3 years earlier, now returning to challenge the authority he once lost. Karibo responds with a deep roar, a clear signal of warning. He steps forward and pounds his chest, the sound echoing across the mountainside like a primal drum. The clash is brief but intense. After a violent exchange of shoves and force, Anteko is thrown to the ground. He rises slowly, releases one final growl, and disappears back into the vegetation. Karibo does not give chase. He remains standing, breathing heavily, muscles rigid, a fresh wound bleeding across his forehead. The conflict is over. No life is lost, but dominance has been decided. This is how balance is maintained in the wild, not through constant violence, but through rare, decisive encounters that reinforce social order. In the cloud forest, where nature alone holds authority, moments like these are uncommon. Yet when they occur, they reveal the raw strength, discipline, and quiet nobility of one of humanity's closest living relatives. High on an ancient branch, the forest begins to stir. The first sounds of morning ripple through the canopy as a troop of olive baboons emerges into view, signaling the start of another day in the treetops. A single troop may include anywhere from a few dozen to more than 100 individuals. Powerful adult males, vigilant females, and infants clinging tightly to their mothers. Within this living network lies a sophisticated social system shaped by long-term relationships and clearly defined hierarchies. Males and females each follow their own paths to status, governed by different but equally strict rule. Female baboons inherit their rank from their mothers, forming strong matrilineal lines that persist across generations. Males, by contrast, must earn their position through confrontation, testing rivals, and asserting themselves to climb the social ladder. Yet troop life is not ruled by conflict alone. Social bonding plays a vital role, and grooming is the glue that holds the group together. Females spend hours carefully grooming one another, not merely to remove parasites, but to reinforce alliances and build trust. These quiet rituals ease tension, stabilize relationships, and help preserve social harmony in a complex and ever-changing environment. Olive baboons are remarkably flexible feeders. As opportunistic omnivores, they consume fruits, seeds, leaves, insects, and even small animals. Their specialized cheek pouches allow them to store food temporarily, giving them a crucial advantage when resources are scarce or competition is high. Their bodies are equally well suited to life in the trees and on the ground. Long dog-like muzzles, powerful jaws, and sharp canine teeth enable them to process tough vegetation and defend themselves when threatened. Adult males larger and armed with more formidable canines tend to display greater aggression, especially during disputes over territory or rank. Despite their intricate social world, olive baboons are not isolated from their relatives. They sometimes interbreed with other baboon species such as yellow or Guinea baboons. These hybrid populations increase genetic diversity, an evolutionary asset that enhances resilience in a world defined by constant change. Heat waves shimmer across the plain as a leopard moves forward without a sound. Its golden coat melts into the dry grass until it becomes little more than a vanishing shadow. Every step is fluid, almost weightless. Sharp eyes scan the surroundings, alert to the faintest tremor, the smallest hint of movement. Then it freezes. Focus tightens. A young impala grazes nearby, head lowered, unaware that death is closing in with silent precision. The leopard presses flat against the ground. Muscles coil, breath quickens. Each heartbeat is measured, each second calculated. Then in an instant, speed explodes. The predator launches forward like an arrow slicing through the air as dust erupts beneath its paws. The savannah ignites into motion. One runs to feed, the other runs to live. Heartbeats and breathing collide in a blur of panic and pursuit. With a perfectly timed leap, the attack lands. Bodies collide, claws bite deep, and powerful jaws lock around the throat in a final, suffocating grip. The leopard crouches over its prey, panting heavily, teeth sunk into warm flesh, a victory earned through patience, stealth, and skill. But the moment is short-lived. African wild dogs appear on the horizon, moving fast, eyes blazing, drawn by the unmistakable scent of blood. Snarling in frustration, the leopard retreats at once, melting back into the tall grass with wounded pride intact. The dogs rush in without hesitation. Chaos erupts. They tear at the carcass, snapping and jostling over the spoils of a stolen hunt. Dust fills the air, blood stains the earth, and the sounds of the frenzy echo across the savannah like a raw anthem of survival. As dusk settles over the rolling hills of Rwanda, silence slowly returns. The land exhales heavy with memories of struggle, loss, and battles already fought. Here, survival means endurance, strength carried quietly into an uncertain tomorrow. The hills stand as silent witnesses to countless unseen conflicts etched forever into the living heart of the wild. Beyond the silent mastery of the leopard, another ruler dominates the forests and open savannas of the Victoria Basin. The African lion stands at the top of the food chain, an apex predator, whose thunderous roar can travel up to 8 kilometers across the land. It is a warning etched into the air itself: this territory is claimed. The evolutionary story of the African lion stretches back more than 2 million years, descending from ancient great cats that once roamed the continent long before modern ecosystems took shape. Today, lions are unique among big cats for their highly social way of life. Living in tightly bonded groups dramatically improves their success in hunting and defending territory. A pride typically consists of a dominant male, several closely related females, and their offspring. Cooperation is the foundation of their survival. While the lionesses carry out most of the hunts with precision and coordination. The dominant male serves as the guardian, patrolling boundaries and driving away rivals eager to steal hard-won prey. Adult males are easily recognized by their thick mane, which frames the head and neck like a natural shield during combat. This mane is more than protection, it is also a signal. Research suggests that males with longer, darker manes are more attractive to females and are challenged less frequently by competitors. Those with lighter or shorter manes face more confrontations, revealing an intense biological contest in which only the strongest secure the right to pass on their genes. The African lion's eyes are finely tuned for life at dusk and after dark, allowing them to see up to 6 times better than humans in low-light conditions. This exceptional night vision, paired with powerful muscles and coordinated group tactics, makes the lion a formidable hunter. Their paw structure, raised heels, and soft pads enables them to move with surprising slowness before unleashing the final charge. Although not the fastest of the big cats, reaching speeds of around 80 kilometers per hour, slower than the cheetah, the lion compensates with explosive strength. In a single leap, it can cover distances of up to 11 meters, closing the gap in a heartbeat. Hunting is led primarily by lionesses who fan out and surround their target, using terrain shadows and teamwork to their advantage. In Akagera National Park, their most frequent prey includes zebras, antelopes, and other large herbivores. Once a hunt is successful, feeding follows a strict hierarchy. The dominant male eats first, then the lionesses, and finally the younger members of the pride. Lions, however, are not always the ones who make the kill. When they encounter a cheetah or leopard with fresh prey, they rarely hesitate. With sheer size and authority, they assert dominance and claim the reward, reinforcing their status as undisputed rulers of the savannah. At times, lions face intense pressure from one of their most persistent rivals, hyenas. Ever watchful and highly opportunistic, they are always ready to seize a meal the moment an opening appears. The spotted hyena belongs to an ancient lineage that stretches back more than 10 million years, once ranging across Africa, Asia, and parts of Europe. Today, its stronghold lies mainly in sub-Saharan Africa, with an estimated population of tens of thousands spread across open plains and woodlands. As the largest living member of the hyena family, which also includes the striped hyena brown hyena and the aardwolf, the spotted hyena stands out for both physical power and social complexity. These animals live in large clans that may number from a few dozen to nearly 80 individuals. Their societies are governed by a strict matriarchal system, where high-ranking females dominate access to food space and authority, shaping the structure of the entire group. Despite long-standing myths, spotted hyenas are among the most intelligent mammals on the African continent. Their communication system is remarkably advanced, consisting of more than a dozen distinct vocalizations. The well-known laugh is only one signal in a rich acoustic language used to express excitement, submission, warning, or social rank. Hyenas can remember intricate social relationships and adjust their behavior strategically to preserve stability within the clan. As dusk settles over the savannah, glowing eyes and echoing calls announce their presence. Hyenas rarely rush into conflict. Instead, they observe carefully, tracking every movement of a lion pride from a distance. They wait for signs of fatigue, injury, or isolation, fully aware that a single adult lion armed with immense strength and sharp claws can be deadly in close combat. Their advantage lies in unity and coordination. Spotted hyenas never fight alone. They rely on numbers, precision, and relentless pressure, probing attacks followed by quick retreats that slowly wear down even the strongest opponents. Their jaws are among the most powerful tools in the animal kingdom. A compact skull and massive jaw muscles generate an extraordinary bite force capable of exerting pressure strong enough to crush dense bone with ease. This strength allows hyenas to consume nearly every part of a carcass. Bone, skin, tendons, and horns are all broken down efficiently, with marrow providing a vital source of energy. A single feeding can involve several kilograms of meat, and their digestive system is so effective that little goes to waste. Equally impressive is their stomach chemistry. Possessing some of the most acidic digestive fluids known among mammals, spotted hyenas can safely process carrion that other predators avoid. By removing remains and decaying matter from the landscape, they play a crucial ecological role, limiting the spread of disease and recycling nutrients back into the environment. In the silent balance of the African wild, the hyena is not merely a scavenger, but an essential architect of order. Across the dry plains of Rwanda, Thompson's gazelles appear as small but determined champions of the wild. Lightly built and elegant, weighing little more than 15 to 35 kilograms, they skim across the sun-bleached grasslands like arrows carried by the wind. Their long, muscular legs are finely tuned by evolution for one purpose above all others: speed. It is their greatest defense. The pale brown coat, marked by dark side stripes, blends seamlessly with the dusty terrain, offering a final layer of camouflage against danger. Yet during the harsh, dry season, when water becomes scarce and every remaining pool turns into contested ground, these advantages are often not enough. The drought strips the savannah of comfort and certainty. As rivers shrink and ponds vanish, animals of every kind, predators and prey alike, are drawn toward the same few lifelines, transforming them into zones of constant tension. For Thompson's gazelles, approaching water is a calculated gamble. A small herd, perhaps 20 strong, edges toward a shrinking watering hole. The led female steps forward carefully, ears high and alert, scanning for movement. The rest cluster close behind her, muscles coiled, ready to scatter at the first hint of danger. No matter how vigilant they are, water always carries risk. Hidden within nearby brush, a lioness waits in silence. Her amber eyes track the herd with calm precision. She may never outrun a gazelle in open ground, but her true strengths lie elsewhere in patience, power, and flawless timing. As the pride's primary hunters, lionesses move with deliberate coordination. They slip through dry vegetation, bodies low, every muscle drawn tight like a loaded spring. When the moment is right, one of them erupts forward in a sudden burst of force. In an instant, survival hinges on the gazelle's greatest gift. The herd explodes outward in a blur of motion, scattering in all directions to confuse the attacker. This is not blind panic, but a contest of reflex and awareness. Capable of reaching speeds near 80 kilometers per hour, the gazelles twist and veer unpredictably, pushing their agility to the limit. Even so, the lioness presses on, relentless, knowing that in the savannah, hesitation is often the difference between escape and silence. Her focus locks onto a young gazelle still unable to match the speed and endurance of the adults. The juvenile runs on pure instinct, legs pumping frantically as the scorching heat drains its strength. Step by step, the lioness closes the gap, her strides powerful and controlled. One final perfectly timed leap ends the chase. Claws grip, a precise bite follows, and the desperate flight comes to an abrupt end. For the lioness, success means far more than a meal. It is survival itself. On this unforgiving savannah, every hunt is a gamble, and failure can condemn her to days of hunger beneath the relentless sun. As she pauses to recover after the kill, the rest of the Thompson's gazelles are already gone, their forms fading into the distant haze. They do not linger to mourn, they watch, remember, and adapt. Here there is no room for grief, only for lessons that ensure life continues. Each gazelle runs not just for its own survival, but for the future of the herd. In their swift escape lies the promise of another sunrise and the quiet determination to endure one more day in the wild. In eastern Rwanda, where vast golden plains stretch toward the horizon and inland lakes mirror the sun, Akagera stands as one of the most inspiring examples of ecological recovery in modern Africa. For more than a decade after the genocide, the park was left nearly empty of wildlife, its natural balance pushed to the brink of collapse. Large mammals vanished, trees were cut down. Forests were burned and open grasslands were converted into farmland, mainly for cassava cultivation. The ecosystem seemed all but erased, but in 2010, Rwanda chose a new direction. Today, Akagera's savanna is alive again, pulsing with the rhythm of hooves, the whisper of wind through tall grove, and the silent presence of predators reclaiming their ancient roles. Moving through vegetation that rises to waist height, a herd of more than 100 animals advances in perfect synchrony, forming living waves across the plain. The blue wildebeest, one of the most iconic migratory species of East Africa, dominates this scene. With a stocky build, raised shoulders, and curved horns sweeping outward, it is built for endurance and speed, capable of surging past 60 kilometers per hour as it navigates the vast savanna. Yet for all its strength and endurance, the wildebeest has a critical weakness. It struggles to change direction quickly over short distances. That flaw makes it vulnerable to one of the savanna's most efficient solo hunters, the cheetah. Hidden in a shallow dip carpeted with short grass, the cat presses its body flat against the ground, eyes locked on a single target. Its form is the result of extreme specialization. A slim frame, elongated limbs, a whip-flexible spine, and a deep chest built to flood the muscles with oxygen. When it comes to acceleration, nothing on land can match it. The strike unfolds in a heartbeat. The cheetah explodes forward, lungs burning as its body releases an enormous burst of energy. This speed comes at a cost. It can sustain its top pace for barely 30 seconds before overheating becomes life-threatening. Once the prey is brought down, the cheetah drags it into the shade and pauses, scanning the surroundings not so much for lions, but for ever-watchful opportunists, hyenas, and other scavengers drawn by the scent of fresh blood. This is its first meal in 4 days, and its only chance to regain the strength needed to feed 2 cubs hidden beneath a bush nearly a kilometer away. If you find our documentaries informative and engaging, support our work by liking the video and subscribing. Your support helps us continue bringing you high-quality stories from the wild. In Rwanda, the pulse of Africa beats with raw intensity, reminding every creature what it truly means to be alive. The cheetah's coat, patterned with dark spots, acts as a natural shield, perfect camouflage against ever-watchful prey. From its sharp eyes run bold black streaks that cut glare and sharpen focus, preparing the hunter for what comes next. But thirst binds all life to water, turning riverbanks into dangerous illusions of safety. The hunters shift their attention. This time they choose water buck, larger, slower, and worth the risk. Sensing danger, the herd quickens its pace. The cheetah follows with calm precision, silent and calculating. One perfectly timed leap shatters the stillness. Claws find their mark, jaws close. The end comes swiftly without excess, in accordance with the uncompromising rules of the savannah, where predator and prey each fulfill their role. The hunters pant, chests heaving, yet pride flickers in their eyes. They have endured. Their story is etched into the dust of the morning. The reward is shared, sharp teeth tearing into flesh as the feast echoes across the plain, a harsh anthem of necessity. Every movement carries tension. Silence stretches over the savannah like an invisible wire. Muscles burn, but the cheetah's explosive speed leaves no room for escape. The chase lasts only seconds. The predator moves with flawless precision. Instinct, courage, and endurance intertwine within the fragile bond between mother and cubs. On Rwanda's grasslands, life and death walk side by side, and each dawn rewrites the struggle to exist. Below, wild dogs leap and snap at the air, hurling themselves upward, but gravity denies them the prize. Perched on a fragile branch, a leopard trembles, chest-pounding eyes locked on the chaos swirling below. This moment reveals an ancient truth. Sometimes escape is a victory, other times survival means letting go. In the African wild, to live is to adapt to every moment and trust the instincts shaped by countless generations. Rwanda is a land where hunger and thirst shape every decision. Here, nature offers no second chances. Only those with the strength to endure and the intelligence to adapt remain standing. Weakness finds no shelter, and hesitation becomes a verdict. In this unforgiving world, each day is an extreme trial. Bodies are pushed to exhaustion, instincts grow sharper, and the struggle for a single drink of water or a single bite of food can determine fate. There are no heroes and no villains, only creatures driven to their limits by an environment that demands everything and sometimes more than life can give. These stories of survival are not just accounts of hardship. They are powerful reminders of the fragile balance that sustains wildlife. To protect these ecosystems is to protect the chance for life to continue even in its most extreme forms. Because when nature loses, the silence left behind cannot be undone. If this journey into the raw reality of Rwanda has moved you, Subscribe to Beast Call Nature and join us as we continue to explore, understand, and defend the wild world. Every subscription helps ensure these stories are still told. Across the vast African savannah, every breath and every step can tip the balance between life and death. This is a land where survival is earned through constant exposure to danger, where threats remain close even during moments that seem peaceful. Here, strength is not defined by appearance or raw aggression, but by the ability to endure when all forces push toward collapse. Within this unforgiving landscape, few presences command as much respect as the alliance of the Cape buffalo. Their power does not lie in speed or individual cunning, but in unity, resilience, and unwavering resolve. Together they form one of the most formidable forces on the African plains, a living barrier standing against hunger, predators, and the relentless passage of time. Every movement of the herd is a statement of survival, a collective answer to a world that offers no second chances. In this way, the savannah becomes an endless arena of struggle where life continues through endurance, cooperation, and the refusal to yield. In Africa, survival belongs to those who can stand firm. The soft light of dawn slowly spreads across the open plains, awakening a landscape that has followed the same rhythm for countless generations. Nothing unfolds in haste or chaos, only the whisper of wind through dry grasses and the steady breathing of animals preparing to face another day. In this land, true power is not found in appearance, but in endurance. In the distance, massive shapes begin to move across the horizon. These are Cape buffalo, formidable animals known for their unpredictable temperament and unbreakable social bonds. At the front walks a fully grown bull. His broad, curved horns merge at the forehead, forming a natural shield that few predators could ever breach. He leads what is often called a strong alliance, a coalition of the most powerful males bound together by a single purpose: survival. African buffalo are far from easy targets. Many weigh over 700 kilograms, and their thick hides and dense muscle allow them to withstand attacks from even the most feared hunters of the savannah. Yet their greatest defense is not individual strength, but the unity of the herd. They move as one, tightly grouped and constantly alert. Ears flick in every direction, eyes scan the tall grass without pause. If one slows, the others adjust. When danger appears, they do not flee, they regroup, stand firm, and confront the threat together. As the sun climbs higher and heat begins to blanket the savannah, a quiet danger takes shape. Within the golden tones of the grass, subtle movements glide almost unseen. A group of lionesses fans out, approaching from multiple angles. They are strategic, patient, and fully aware of the risk ahead. Buffalo are not ideal prey, they are dangerous opponents. But when hunger grows strong, every choice carries its own peril. The strong alliance presses forward, their heavy hooves striking the cracked earth in a steady rhythm. Unaware to them, only meters away, several amber eyes track every movement with unwavering focus. One buffalo on the outer edge of the group begins to lag behind. He is not injured, but his breathing grows labored. That alone is enough. The attack never fully unfolds. The buffalo collapses from exhaustion, and the lionesses halt, stepping back with measured caution. They have achieved their goal. The confrontation is over. On the African savannah, there are no permanent victors, only animals that manage to endure one more day. Today, the strong alliance pays a price, losing one of its own. It is the unavoidable cost of the endless struggle between predators and the power of unity. The wind rises dry and relentless, sweeping fine dust across the fractured ground. The grass lies short and brittle as the dry season refuses to loosen its grip. Within the strong alliance, tension thickens. The bulls begin to study one another, standing still, locked in England evaluation. The air fills with the sharp scent of hormones, an unmistakable signal that a clash is imminent. Two of the largest buffaloes step forward until they stand face to face. There are no warning calls, no dramatic displays. Cape buffalo do not waste energy on empty threats. When conflict comes, it is direct, deliberate, and decisive. In a sudden flash, everything unfolds at once. Two bodies weighing hundreds of kilograms crash together with explosive force. The collision sends a tremor through the ground. One of them falters for a split second, just long enough. That brief loss of balance is all it takes for fate to be decided. The victor remains standing, breathing hard, head held high, eyes steady and unyielding. This victory goes far beyond the clash itself. It grants the right to breed, to pass strength and resilience on to the next generation. There is no celebration, no outward display of dominance. Only the quiet enforcement of nature's oldest rules, where life moves forward through those able to endure, prevail, and protect what follows them. Before the dust stirred up in lion territory has time to fully settle, the savanna slips back into its steady, timeless rhythm. In the distance, massive shapes emerge, moving with the calm certainty of drifting hills. These are African elephants. These gentle giants dominate the African landscape. The African elephant, Loxodonta africana, is the largest land animal alive today. Fully grown adults can weigh more than 6 tons, and their enormous ears, spread wide like sails, help release excess heat under the relentless sun. Their trunk, long and remarkably dexterous, is an indispensable tool. It allows them to breathe, drink, gather food, communicate, and even express emotion. Unlike buffalo or big cats, elephant society is guided by experience rather than strength. At the heart of each herd stands the matriarch, the oldest and most knowledgeable female. Within her memory lies a living archive of the savanna, an unseen map that reveals where water can be found during drought, which grounds are safest for giving birth, and which areas must be avoided due to dangers rooted in the past. The herd moves forward at an unhurried pace, yet with absolute purpose. The calves remain at the center at all times, encircled by adults who guard them without pause. At the slightest hint of danger, the group closes ranks, instantly forming a living barrier, silent, solid, and formidable. Elephants rarely seek confrontation, but when they are cornered, especially if their young are threatened, their response can be overwhelming. Even lions understand that a united elephant herd is not an opponent worth challenging. Beyond their immense size, these animals play a vital role in shaping the ecosystem. By pushing over shrubs and trees, they open the landscape, allowing grasses to flourish. When they dig for water, they unknowingly create lifelines that sustain countless other species during the dry season. Seeds travel with them across the savanna, scattered with every step they take. Wherever elephants roam, the land is changed not suddenly or violently, but gradually, deeply, and forever. In a world defined by constant competition, African elephants remind us that true strength lies not only in the ability to defend oneself, but in the power to support, reshape, and sustain life itself. As those peaceful giants disappear beyond the horizon, the savanna carries on with its timeless rhythm. This is a land where every species, whether predator or grazer, plays a crucial role in keeping nature's machinery alive. Suddenly, the ground begins to shudder. At first, it is a faint vibration, barely noticeable. Within seconds, it builds into a deep, thunderous pulse that spreads across the plains. Far away, faint shapes take form. Then come hundreds, soon thousands of animals moving as one, flowing across the open land like an endless tide. They are wildebeest, heavy-bodied, broad-headed antelopes with curved horns sweeping outward. The blue wildebeest Conochaetes taurinus may look clumsy at first glance, but appearances are deceiving. It is one of the toughest and most enduring species in Africa. Wildebeest live and travel in vast herds driven by instinct alone. An ancient urge compels them forward without rest, always searching for fresh grazing grounds and dependable water. Their great annual migration, repeated year after year across generations, remains one of the most extraordinary wildlife events on the planet. Within the herd, safety is never guaranteed. Newborn calves must stand and run within minutes of entering the world. The weakest individuals are especially vulnerable, often falling victim to lions, hyenas, or crocodiles during dangerous river crossings. Yet it is this very abundance, the sheer size of the herd, that ensures the species endures. While predators focus their attention on a single target, countless others continue moving forward without pause. Wildebeest are more than prey. They are a driving force of the ecosystem itself. By grazing relentlessly, they prevent grasses from growing old and dry, encouraging fresh shoots to emerge. Their droppings return vital nutrients to the soil, sustaining insects, birds, and countless smaller organisms. As the herd advances, it shapes the path for life around it. Zebras trail behind. Lions follow in silence, and scavengers wait patiently for opportunity. Every step taken by this living river strengthens the intricate web of African life. Without wildebeest, the savannah would lose its rhythm. Without migration, the renewal of the grasslands would falter. And when the herd finally fades into the distance, wrapped in a rising cloud of dust, the land falls quiet, waiting for the next great heartbeat. Then the first heavy rain arrives, sudden, powerful, and full of promise. This is the moment Cape Buffalo have been waiting for. Within the herd, the change is unmistakable. The females' bodies signal renewal, and the land itself, now green and revived, announces the beginning of the breeding season. Expectant mothers move toward open level ground where long sight lines reduce the risk of surprise attacks. In these exposed spaces, predators have fewer places to hide, and vigilance becomes the herd's greatest ally. With the return of water and fresh grass, a new cycle of life begins, timed precisely to the rhythms of the savanna. There is no chaos, no confusion. The birth unfolds quietly in rhythm with the ancient heartbeat of the savanna. A buffalo calf enters the world. Its legs tremble, its dark coat glistens beneath the light rain. Within minutes, it must struggle to its feet. Here there is no space for weakness. The mother stays close, her massive body forming a living shield. Around her, other females gather instinctively, creating a protective wall of muscle and horns. Every stare is alert, every movement deliberate. Lions, hyenas, and leopards understand that approaching a buffalo herd at this moment carries serious risk. Still, danger is never fully absent. The rains bring abundance, but they also draw predators. Calves must learn quickly to keep pace with the herd, to recognize unfamiliar sounds, to adapt from their first days to a life shaped by constant vigilance. Beneath the gray skies of the wet season, the Cape buffalo herd presses on. New lives merge into the endless flow of the savanna. The tracks left in the soft mud are soon washed away by the rain. Yet the mark of the calving season remains. In the African savannah, every rainfall does more than restore green to the land. It opens the door to a new generation. For the Cape buffalo, it is a promise of continuity, shared strength, unity, and resilience in a land that never stops testing them. Do you think the alliance of Cape buffalo is strong enough to deter every predator? Share your thoughts in the comments. Gambia stretches like a narrow, vibrant ribbon through the heart of West Africa, where the river sets the rhythm of life and nature follows its own rules. Here, water, forest, and sky are bound together in a constant struggle to endure. The murky riverbanks hold untold stories of resilience, while dense mangroves and sun-scorched savannas conceal silent threats. Every corner carries danger. Every pause can be fatal. In Gambia, all living beings exist within a fragile balance between survival and disappearance. With each sunrise, a new trial begins. Before the heat takes control of the day, hunger awakens the oldest instincts. This is Gambia, small in size, yet vast in the power of its untamed spirit. Deep within the riverine forests, a presence moves with flawless stealth. It is the leopard Panthera pardus, a master of silence, embodying both elegance and deadly precision. Its golden coat, patterned with dark rosettes, blends seamlessly with shifting light and shadow. From high in the trees, it watches with unwavering focus, studying every movement, weighing every possibility. In this land, the leopard is both feared and admired. It embodies raw strength and the art of survival. Its amber eyes mirror the sunlit savannas by day and the moon-washed forests by night. Within the fragile balance of nature, it rules without ceremony, quiet, methodical, and undeniably dominant. The first light of dawn slips gently through the dense green canopy. The air remains cool, heavy with the scent of damp soil and newly awakened plants. Near the water's edge, concealed beneath thick brush, the leopard opens its eyes. The hollow ache in its stomach is a clear signal the day demands another hunt. Rising with smooth, controlled movements, it glides across grass still wet with dew. Suddenly, a faint trace of warm skin drifts through the air. In a nearby clearing, a bushbuck antelope rests calmly bathed in the morning sun, unaware that danger is already closing in. Step by step, the predator closes in without a sound. Its body lowers to the ground, muscles coiled tight like a spring ready to release. The gap narrows. The leopard's heartbeat falls into rhythm with the stillness around it. Then in a split second, everything changes. It surges forward. A flash of gold cuts through the grass. Almost immediately, calm returns, broken only by the heavy breathing of the hunter standing over its captured prey. A warm breeze moves through the leaves, carrying away the last traces of the sudden struggle. The leopard tightens its grip as the motion beneath it fades. The decisive bite is swift and exact, a reminder of the price paid for survival. In this world, life continues through patience, precision, and the courage to strike at precisely the right moment. The forest remains alert as it always does, poised for the next chase, the next heartbeat, the next story to be written without a sound. Dawn spreads its golden light across the dense canopy of Gambia's forests, setting the leaves aglow as if brushed by a gentle flame. Nearby, leopard cubs with bright eyes and softly spotted coats tumble and play, nipping at one another's tails in harmless games. Without drawing attention, their mother slips into the deeper shadows, beginning her daily hunt. She moves low and silent, ears tuned to every signal, each step measured on soil still cool from the night. Then behind her, the calm shatters without warning. Harsh, chaotic cries erupt from within the jungle. A troop of baboons surges forward like a living storm. They are not natural predators of the leopard, but their strength in numbers and collective aggression can be deadly. Without hesitation, one of the cubs bolts for the nearest tree claws, digging into the bark as it scrambles upward in panic. The baboons react instantly, climbing just as fast, their bodies perfectly adapted for pursuit among the branches. In moments, the cub is cornered on the highest, most fragile limb it can reach. Its cries are sharp and fearful, cutting through the morning chorus of the forest like an alarm. Far away, the mother had already begun her hunt, yet something deep within her stirs. A sudden, unsettling sense of danger takes hold. Maternal instinct ignites without warning. The hunt no longer matters. She races back through the trees at full speed, weaving past trunks and roots, closing the distance with every powerful stride. When she arrives, the sight stops her cold for an instant. The baboons have surrounded her cub high in the tree. The cub freezes in place, its fur standing on end, eyes scanning desperately for an escape that does not exist. Below, the mother remains concealed within nearby bushes, tracking every movement of her adversaries. A direct attack would be fatal against so many strong, aggressive rivals. One baboon edges closer, fangs bared and voice raised in a furious display, but stops short of striking. The message is unmistakable, a warning, a claim of dominance over this space. Slowly, the troop becomes aware of the silent presence watching from below. Two golden eyes burn from the shadows. One by one, the baboons retreat from the tree and melt back into the dense green vegetation. The clamor fades until only the familiar rhythm of the forest remains. In an instant, the mother springs toward the trunk, climbing with practiced precision, her claws locking into old grooves in the bark. The cub sees her and begins its careful descent. Step by step, it climbs down to where she waits. Reassured by her presence, the mother leans in, presses her head gently against the cub's, and licks its fur, calming the fear and restoring a fragile sense of safety. The cub presses itself against her chest, drawing comfort from the warmth of her body. The moment ends without further conflict. No blood is spilled, yet deep within the leopard's mind, the memory is etched clearly, and it will not fade easily. Morning light now spreads gently across the open plain, washing the forest's edge in soft shades of gold and signaling the rise of the day's heat. In scattered groups, the baboons move through the grass, foraging calmly, plucking wild fruits with nimble, well-practiced fingers. Their calls echo across the open land, playful in tone, yet still carrying the confidence born from yesterday's encounter. Driving the leopard family away has become an unspoken badge of triumph, strengthening their sense of security. But from within the shadows, a pair of golden eyes watches with unwavering focus. The leopard mother has only one thought: today the balance will be answered. Her body is held in controlled tension like a living spring, prepared to unleash immense power without hesitation. Every muscle works in complete silence. She moves forward with precise steps, her belly skimming the ground as she melts into the shifting shadows shaped by the sun. The baboons, unaware of any danger, remain absorbed in their search for food. No heads turn. No sentry stands watch. They sense nothing. The predator is already within striking distance. The leopard lowers her profile even further as she closes in. She glides ahead with almost imperceptible grace. Still, the baboons fail to notice the threat drawing nearer. Her entire body tightens, perfectly poised, conserving energy as she waits for the exact moment to act. Then, in the blink of an eye, stealth gives way to explosive speed. A streak of gold surges across the clearing, powered by muscle instinct and a mother's fierce resolve. Order collapses instantly. Sharp alarm calls pierce the air as the group scatters in every direction. But for one, the escape comes too late. Its cry is cut short as the leopard's strike finds its mark, swift and decisive, ending the chase in a single precise motion. Swift and efficient, the leopard brings the confrontation to an end. The rest of the troop retreats toward the trees, yesterday's confidence collapsing into pure panic. With effortless strength, she lifts the lifeless weight and moves away, her gaze steady, her presence unquestionable. No sound is needed. The message is clear. She has returned and the balance has been answered. She crosses the open grassland without slowing, leaving behind the silent trace of her success. At the edge of her territory, two small shapes emerge from the cover of vegetation. Her cubs approach carefully, noses lifted, testing the air. The familiar scent triggers an instant recognition. They understand at once this is the threat that filled them with fear only a day before. For the mother, this was never just a hunt. It was a reckoning written in instinct and resolve. She knows other trials will come, but for now, order has been restored. As stillness settles once more over the plain, one truth remains unspoken yet unmistakable. The leopard's family is not to be challenged. She closes her eyes, not in weakness, but in the quiet certainty of a predator that has fulfilled its role. Dawn washes the wet land in soft shades of pale gold. A thin veil of mist rises from the still water, drifting upward like a quiet, held breath. The baboons stir early, alert and watchful. From the shelter of the forest, they emerge in loose clusters and move with purpose toward the shoreline. This morning, their focus is on tender shoots and fresh leaves growing among the aquatic plants at the water's edge. The troop spreads out along the muddy banks. Some wade into the shallow water, skillfully plucking green leaves with practiced hands. Others settle on dry patches of ground, chewing eagerly, their lips stained with fresh vegetation. The scene is calm, shaped by the soft sounds of feeding, gentle splashes, and the muted calls of the young. Then, without warning, a deep growl cuts through the stillness like a sudden clap of thunder. Two dominant males square off, their bodies stiffen for bristling as ancient instincts take over. They charge at one another with explosive force, colliding in a clash of muscle and will. Teeth flash, limbs strike, and harsh cries fill the marsh, echoing through the distant trees like the sounds of battle. The group freezes. Some voices rise, urging the fight on, while others pull back to avoid stray blows. Each collision lands with raw force, water splashing beneath tangled limbs. Growls blend with the sound of churning mud, forming a chaotic, relentless rhythm. Neither contender yields. Both believe that backing down would cost more than any wound. Then, without warning, the water behind them shifts and swells into a dark, rising shape. A Nile crocodile, massive and ancient, bursts from the surface, its yellow eyes catching the first light of dawn. The predator needs no invitation. Its presence alone commands instant fear. In a heartbeat, the rivals break apart, pride abandoned in favor of survival. confrontation ends without a victor, not through defeat, but through understanding. In this world, survival is not decided by strength alone, but by knowing precisely when to retreat. On the African savannah, every confrontation eventually ends, yet the struggle to exist never truly does. Here, each breath and every step marks the fragile line between survival and vanishing forever. Real strength is not always revealed through fangs or speed, but through endurance, the ability to stand firm and withstand the relentless pressure of the wild. Among the many players on this untamed stage, the Cape buffalo stands as a symbol of unity. It is more than an individual body. It is a shared will. When facing the savannah's most feared predators, their solidarity and resilience transform them into one of the land's most formidable coalitions. A living wall proving that survival is not always about striking first, but about standing together. And so each day in Africa draws to a close without absolute victors, only survivors. The savannah repeats its oldest lesson. In a world where anything can fail, true strength lies in remaining on your feet for one moment longer. Across the vast and unforgiving African savannah, survival is not a guarantee, it is a daily battle. Each sunrise signals the beginning of new conflicts where life is quietly placed on the line amid burning dust and an unrelenting sun. No species is truly safe here. Every step forward can mean another chance to live, or the first step toward the end. Predators wait with calculated patience, measuring every movement and every mistake. For them, failure brings hunger, weakness, and eventually death. Prey in turn learn to exist under constant pressure. Their senses, sharpened muscles remain coiled, and when escape is no longer possible, they fight with whatever strength remains, even when the odds are stacked against them. In this world without pause, everything has a cost. Energy drains quickly, wounds do not always heal, and exhaustion becomes an enemy as real as any predator. There are no rules and no mercy. The savannah is a proving ground where only those willing to risk everything, their strength, their instincts, and sometimes their very lives, can endure. This is the wild heart of Africa, a realm where courage and sacrifice shape every fate, and where survival is written day after day through danger, resolve, and decisions made at the very edge of life. At first light, a male warthog scrapes at the ground, searching for roots beneath the dry soil. He is not known for elegance or raw power. Suddenly, he stands unknowingly within the territory of one of the savannah's most feared hunters. His small eyes scan the surroundings, his ears twitch constantly. Only a few meters away, a hungry lioness lies hidden in the bushes. She has not eaten for days and must find food for her cubs. Every step she takes is a silent risk, yet the warthog remains unaware of her presence. The wind shifts, carrying a warning on its breath. In an instant, the warthog catches the scent of danger. The lioness charges. The warthog explodes into motion, sprinting through the tall grass at speeds approaching 48 kilometers per hour, weaving sharply from side to side. As he runs, he flashes his sharp tusks in a final display of defiance. The chase is short. Exhausted, the lioness abandons the pursuit. Moments later, the warthog slows, returning calmly to his search for food as if nothing had happened. Speed, awareness, and sharp instincts are his true weapons in a land that shows no mercy. Warthogs are resilient inhabitants of the Serengeti's harsh plains. Their tusks, which can grow up to 25 centimeters long, serve both as tools for digging and as formidable defenses. The thick pads on their faces, often called warts, act as natural protection during fights. Rather than digging their own burrows, warthogs take over abandoned tunnels made by aardvarks or porcupines, reinforcing them for safety. When they enter, they back in, positioning their tusks toward the entrance, so any intruder must face them head-on. Under the blazing sun, warthogs roll in mud to cool their bodies, and the drying layer of clay also shields their skin. Smaller animals such as mongooses often climb onto their backs, feeding on ticks and insects. Their diet is remarkably flexible, ranging from dry grass and roots to scraps left behind by other animals. This adaptability allows warthogs to remain in the Serengeti during the dry season long after many species have moved on. But when the rains return, life surges back, and so do the most dangerous predators. A mother warthog watches over her young, only a few weeks old, guiding them carefully as they learn to dig for food. In the distance, 3 lionesses observe in silence. The piglets are easy targets. Sensing the threat, the mother quickly herds her young back toward the burrow. She positions herself at the entrance, kicking dirt backward to deter the approaching lions. They attempt to dig their way inside, but fail. What they do not realize is that the mother has already prepared for this moment. A A hidden secondary exit angled sharply and concealed by vegetation becomes the family's escape. One by one, the piglets follow their mother through the narrow tunnel, emerging safely beyond the reach of danger. In the relentless world of the savannah, warthogs survive not through strength alone, but through endurance, awareness, and strategies as clever as they are effective. On the savannah, there is another kind of fighter fast, precise yet exposed. The cheetah, the fastest land animal on Earth, is built for speed rather than strength. A symbol of acceleration and agility, cheetahs usually hunt alone. But on rare occasions, an unusual alliance forms. 3 cheetahs come together, moving with shared intent. They slip quietly through the tall grass, fixing their attention on a wildebeest that has strayed from the safety of the herd. Each takes a position, tightening the circle with calculated calm. In an instant, the chase erupts. They surge forward, reaching speeds of up to 112 kilometers per hour. No signals are exchanged. Instinct and experience guide every movement. Yet the savannah never offers a reward without a challenge. Drawn by the scent of the kill, a group of spotted hyenas approaches. This time, the cheetahs do not retreat. They stand their ground, growling and holding formation. Their unity becomes a shield. Faced with a coordinated defense, the scavengers hesitate and pull back. Here, cooperation makes the difference between losing everything and surviving another day. Not every cheetah is supported by allies. In the vast openness of the savannah, a female cheetah gives birth alone. Her litter of 5 cubs is born fragile and helpless. For their first week, their eyes remain closed, and it will take nearly 3 months before they are strong enough to run beside their mother. The odds are harsh. Nearly 90% of cheetah cubs do not survive past their first 3 months, falling victim to predators or starvation. To protect them, the mother hides her cubs deep within the grass, constantly moving them from place to place to avoid detection. She hunts alone, forced to leave them behind as she searches for food. At dawn, she manages to bring down a gazelle and returns with her prize. But the savannah shows no mercy. Danger is always close, especially for the young. When she returns, only 4 cubs remain. The 5th is gone. After a frantic search, the truth becomes clear. Baboons, intelligent and ruthless opportunists, have taken the missing cub. The mother approaches the trees where they linger and watches them carefully. She confronts them with presence alone, but does not attack. A single injury could doom the 4 cubs she still has. When the baboons react, she withdraws. Carrying the weight of loss, she returns to her remaining young, wounded but resolute. In the wild, survival leaves no room for grief, only the strength to keep going for those still alive. The African buffalo, one of the most imposing herbivores on the continent, is also one of the most relentlessly hunted. Its massive horns serve as a living shield against lions, and its sheer strength is the backbone of the herd's defense. Yet against its most modern predator, these ancient defenses are often no longer enough. An adult male can stand up to 1.7 meters tall and weigh around 730 kilograms. Its physical power is legendary. With a solid muscular body and an unyielding determination to protect its own, the African buffalo is considered the strongest grazer in Africa. Its thick, dark coat helps shield it from the harsh sun, but its survival is inseparably tied to water. Rarely does it stray more than 16 kilometers from rivers, lagoons, or swampy areas. What truly sets the buffalo apart, however, is its uncompromising strategy of collective defense. At the first sign of danger, the herd closes ranks instantly. Calves are pushed toward the center while adults form a solid wall of bodies and horns ready to confront any threat head-on. In unity, the buffalo finds its greatest weapon and its best chance to survive. A pale golden light spreads gently across the endless plains like a quiet promise offered to the land. Dew clings to the grass and glimmers as the last traces of night fade away. Shadows cast by trees and wandering herds begin to shift, slowly awakening as darkness retreats. Here, an ancient cycle begins once more. Within this world of renewal, one figure rises above all others, the lion sovereign of the savannah. Its authority is not defined by strength alone, but by family and unity. True power here is born from cooperation. Calm, watchful, and majestic, the lion's presence seems to still the landscape itself. This is its realm, a place where courage is measured not only through combat, but through the ability to protect, and where the young learn by observing and staying close to one another. A pride is far more than a simple gathering of lions. It is a structured and resilient society guided by unwritten laws that shape survival and legacy. At the heart of this system stand the lioness's sisters, mothers, and tireless hunters. They are the architects of this world. Together they form a living network of cooperation bound by blood, experience, and instinct. A successful hunt is never the achievement of a single lioness, but the shared result of the pride working together. A newborn cub does not belong only to its mother. It is the responsibility of the entire group. Lionesses rotate roles, nursing, guarding, and instructing one another's young. For the cubs, life begins as play, chasing, wrestling, and practicing movements that will later become vital tools for survival. But on the savannah, no victory lasts forever. With the next day comes a new struggle. The male lions serve as the pride's defenders. Their sheer size and powerful roars create a living shield against threats. Yet dominance here is never permanent. Power shifts with time, and for every reigning king, there is always another challenger waiting for the chance to take his place. On the savannah, no feast lasts forever. With the next sunrise, the struggle begins again. The male lions stand as the pride's shield. Their massive frames and thunderous roars rise like living walls against danger. Yet power here is never fixed. Rule is temporary, and every leader must one day face a challenger. Young males cast out from their birth prides wander the wild lands alone. Over time, they grow stronger, driven by hunger and the urge to claim a future of their own. When they return, the plains seem to tremble. Night erupts into chaos. Deep roars tear through the darkness, answered by equally fierce calls. The air vibrates as voices collide. The clash is brutal. Claws, raked teeth sink deep, and heavy bodies slam together with raw force. This is not a contest of finesse, but of endurance, rage, and will. In the end, only one truth remains. The victor claims the pride, the females, and the right to shape the next generation. The defeated vanishes into the vast wilderness. Even kings are not spared from challenge. As darkness settles, other eyes are watching. Hyenas linger at the edges, clever and tireless, waiting for the moment when lions are worn down after a hunt. Alone, a hyena poses little threat. Together, they become a relentless tide of jaws and persistence, capable of stealing a hard-won kill from an entire pride. Above them, vultures circle, endlessly patient scavengers drawn by weakness, injury, and death. Their silent vigil is a reminder that even in victory, lions are never truly alone. Yet perhaps the most dangerous rival is neither thief nor scavenger. The African buffalo, massive, unpredictable, and armed with horns like spears, can turn a hunter into prey in a single instant. Across the Golden Plains, buffalo move in immense herds. For lions, they are both prize and peril, a vital source of food that demands absolute precision and courage. From a distance, the pride watches, muscles tight, eyes locked. A buffalo is no ordinary target. Its horns can tear flesh and its charge can shatter bone. When the clash comes, it is explosive, a violent collision of predator and prey where every second can decide life or death. To bring down large prey, lions must hunt as a single unified force. They spread out, apply constant pressure, single out the weakest target, and deliver a precise final strike. In the unforgiving African savannah, such coordination is essential. Sharing this harsh stage is another master of survival, the spotted hyena. Shaped by more than 10 million years of evolution, it has carved out its own powerful role among Africa's top predators. Built to endure rather than to sprint, the spotted hyena carries a dense, muscular frame engineered for stamina and strength, allowing it to thrive through relentless effort where others would fail. Its distinctive sloping posture is not a flaw, but a powerful advantage. This body shape allows the spotted hyena to move efficiently across rough, uneven ground, conserving energy over long distances. The African savannah is its stronghold, stretching from the open grasslands of East Africa to the dry, semi-arid reaches of the Kalahari Desert in Botswana. According to a 2023 assessment by the IUCN, the global population of spotted hyenas is estimated to range between 27,000 and 47,000 individuals. Yet strength alone does not define this predator. The true power of the spotted hyena lies in its remarkably complex social system. It lives in large, strictly matriarchal clans that can number more than 100 members. In the darkness of the savannah, its famous laugh is not random noise nor a sign of chaos. It is a living social map carried through sound. Each call is unique, identifying the individual and signaling its position within the clan's intricate hierarchy. This vocal language conveys identity, status, and intent, used to summon allies or reinforce rank in a world that is both brutal and highly organized. At the top stands the alpha female, whose authority shapes every aspect of clan life. This matriarchal order is more than social structure. It is a survival strategy refined over millions of years. Spotted hyenas are far more than scavengers. They are intelligent, calculated hunters capable of bringing down large and dangerous prey. Their cooperation and communication rivaled those of some primates, underscoring their evolutionary success. Even so, their future is not guaranteed. Habitat loss and growing conflict with humans now pose serious challenges to one of Africa's most resilient and misunderstood predators. Under the scorching African sun, where waves of golden grass stretch endlessly toward the horizon, a silent and carefully planned ambush begins to unfold. Spotted shapes hug the ground, gliding through the low vegetation like unseen currents of air. A group of lionesses is on the move. Their focus is locked onto a herd of zebras traveling in apparent calm. To the hunters, zebras are often familiar targets, easy to spot, moving in large groups that can fracture under pressure. They are herbivores, seemingly lacking long-range defenses. Yet this assumption is deceptive. One young zebra drifts away from the herd. Smaller, slower, and no longer shielded by the group, it appears to be the perfect choice, low risk, high reward. None of the lionesses anticipate how abruptly this hunt will turn. A sudden, powerful strike delivered with both hind legs and the force of a coiled spring changes everything. The lioness is stunned, the impact landing on her head or jaw. Such a reaction was never expected from prey like a zebra. When an animal confronts its predator, survival does not rely on strength or speed alone. It rests on three core pillars of defense: instinct, reflex, and adaptive learning. These responses unfold in fractions of a second. Behind every sprint, every kick, and even moments of frozen stillness lies millions of years of refined evolution. Instinctive behavior consists of genetically encoded action sequences. It requires no training, no prior experience, yet it is executed with precision from the very first encounter. When a zebra lashes out to create an opening and escape, the movement is anything but random. It is an innate motor pattern pre-programmed and triggered the instant danger is detected from behind. These instinct-driven actions are rigid and highly focused, designed for one purpose alone: survival at any cost. Reflexes operate on an even more immediate level. Governed by neural reflex arcs, they bypass conscious thought almost entirely. Simple in design, they are among the most effective responses in nature. A zebra's kick may seem insignificant compared to the claws of a lion or the speed of a cheetah, yet it ranks among the most effective countermeasures used by large herbivores. It doesn't need to be fatal. Accuracy and timing delivered through pain are often enough to reverse the outcome. Anatomy plays a decisive role. Zebras possess an exceptionally powerful musculoskeletal structure around the hips. The muscles of the thighs and gluteal region are among the strongest in the herbivore world, capable of producing explosive force. Their hooves, hard as stone and made of dense keratin, present a small but incredibly durable striking surface, like a concentrated hammer blow. When attacked from behind, a zebra uses both hind legs, delivering straight or slightly angled kicks, adjusting the trajectory with remarkable precision to meet the position of its attacker. In 2024, Namibia endured its most severe drought in more than 100 years. Across Etosha, waterholes nearly vanished. Hippopotamuses became stranded in shrinking pools of drying mud. Then in early 2025, the rains finally returned, and with them renewal. Grasslands flushed green once more. Giraffes and rarer species such as the black-faced impala took advantage of the sudden abundance, feeding eagerly as the land recovered. But this relief is temporary. From May to October, the dry season tightens its grip on the park with relentless heat. Daytime temperatures often climb between 35 and 48 degrees Celsius. Natural water sources fade away almost completely. As water becomes scarce, herbivores are forced to gather at the few remaining oases. Their numbers draw predators in close, turning these lifelines into unavoidable arenas of tension and conflict. Among the giants that endure these harsh conditions is the black rhinoceros. Powerfully built, it can reach up to 1.5 meters at the shoulder and weigh well over a ton. Two horns growing continuously throughout its life serve as essential tools for defense. Despite its name, its skin is a dark gray, often coated in dust. A pointed prehensile upper lip allows it to pluck tender leaves from thorny shrubs with precision. Remarkably, it can survive for days without drinking, drawing most of the moisture it needs from the plants it consumes, an adaptation finely tuned to life in an arid landscape. Its eyesight is poor, but the black rhino lives in a world shaped by scent. For this largely solitary animal, communication is written into the land itself. Dung piles are not random waste. They are shared records, a living archive of smells pressed into the soil. They reveal who has passed through their strength, their intentions, and even their readiness to mate. This silent exchange forms an invisible social network guiding movement and behavior across an ancient territory. Even so, the dry season remains a relentless test. Artificial water holes like the one at Ocauquejo become critical sanctuaries. Here, even the normally solitary black rhino must tolerate the presence of others. At night, under the soft glow of floodlights, its massive silhouette emerges. With steady, deliberate steps, it approaches the water, asserting its presence without sound, yet with unmistakable authority. By 2023, Namibia was home to more than 2,200 black rhinos, with over 70% of them found within Etosha National Park. This concentration, however, comes at a cost. High densities increase the risk of poaching. Despite the efforts of dedicated rangers, GPS tracking, drone surveillance, and even the controversial removal of horns, the black rhino faces a threat greater than any natural predator, human greed persistent and unrelenting. In the murky currents of the Zambezi River, a colossal predator lies hidden in absolute stillness. This is the Nile crocodile, the largest reptile in Africa. Unlike many hunters, it does not need to feed every day. Its highly efficient metabolism allows it to survive for weeks, sometimes even longer, without a single meal. Lower Zambezi National Park is one of its strongholds. Here, survival depends as much on patience as on raw power. A crocodile can remain motionless for hours, even days, blending perfectly with water and shadow while waiting for the precise moment. When an unsuspecting animal steps too close to the river's edge, there is no warning. In a fraction of a second, the surface explodes. Jaws snap shut and the victim is dragged beneath the water. Resistance is futile. With a bite force reaching nearly 22,000 newtons, the Nile crocodile possesses one of the most powerful jaws in the natural world. Far from the riverbanks, another African sanctuary tells a different story. Often called the jewel of Namibia, Etosha National Park is home to 4 of the continent's Big Five: the elephant, the lion, the leopard, and the critically endangered black rhinoceros. Together, these landscapes reveal the raw intensity and fragile balance of Africa's wild heart, where power, patience, and survival are written into every moment. As night settles over the African Savannah and the dust slowly returns to the wounded earth, the marks of conflict remain. Every struggle here is more than violence. It is a desperate choice to exist one more day. Each species has learned the same hard truth: survival demands a heavy price, paid in energy, safety, and often in life itself. Courage and sacrifice are not optional here. They are the cost of living. Yet these battles are not meaningless chaos. They are part of an ancient and delicate balance where every predator and every prey plays a role that cannot be replaced. When one life ends, another continues. When one species disappears, the entire system trembles. Protecting the savanna does not mean stopping the struggle. It means preserving the stage where nature can follow its course whole and unhindered. The true danger is not the hunter, but the loss of habitat, the silence that follows when there is no one left to fight. To understand these wild conflicts is also a call to human responsibility. To conserve, respect, and defend these lands where life is forged under extreme conditions. As long as the savanna still breathes, the story of survival will continue to be written with courage, risk, and sacrifice. If this journey into the wild heart of Africa has moved you and sparked reflection, support our work. Like the video and subscribe to Beast Call Nature to keep exploring, understanding, and protecting the untamed world of wildlife. Across the immense plains of the African savannah, silence rarely means peace. Beneath the relentless sun, the tall grasses sway gently. Yet every subtle movement carries a warning. As a coalition of lions advances with calculated stealth toward a formidable herd of Cape buffalo, a quiet question lingers in the heat of the air. Is this still a place of refuge, or has it already become a battlefield? In this unforgiving landscape, even the smallest step can ignite a confrontation. Lions move like patient tacticians, studying the terrain and searching for the faintest sign of vulnerability. The buffalo, powerful walls of muscle crowned with sweeping horns, stand their ground with unyielding resolve. As predator and herd face one another, tension thickens the air. There is no room for hesitation and no opportunity for mistakes. On the African savannah, survival is earned through strength, instinct, and decisions made in the blink of an eye. A single moment of misjudgment can bring down a mighty hunter or cost the herd one of its own. When cunning predators meet the united force of these massive grazers, the outcome remains uncertain. Will the calculated strategy of the lions prevail, or will the fierce unity of the dark giants reshape the balance of the wild? As the first light of dawn spreads across the vast and dry plains of Africa, a dark and powerful presence moves steadily across the horizon. It is not a shadow drifting through the morning haze, but a herd of Cape buffalo advancing together. Their massive curved horns give them a commanding presence, making them one of the most formidable groups in the natural world. The African buffalo Synchorus Kaffir is a large herbivore of remarkable strength. An adult male can approach a weight of nearly a ton. Its body is protected by thick skin and sparse hair that ranges from dark gray to deep black, resembling a rugged armor shaped by millions of years of evolution. Yet the most intimidating feature for any predator lies at the top of its head. The horns of the Cape buffalo are not only long and sweeping, they meet at the center of the skull, forming a dense bony shield known as the boss. This solid structure acts as a natural defense capable of absorbing powerful impacts and even lifting an attacker weighing several hundred kilograms. For this reason, the herd is often compared to living horns of steel, a symbol of the defensive strength that emerges from unity. Unlike many other hoofed animals, Cape buffalo maintain an exceptionally tight social structure. They live in herds that may range from a few dozen individuals to several hundred. But even such a living fortress cannot escape the constant tension of the wild. hidden within the tall grass, golden shapes remain motionless, blending perfectly with the landscape. A group of lionesses watches in silence, studying every movement of the herd they have been following with patient focus. Suddenly, the wind shifts, carrying the scent of the buffalo across the dry air. One individual slows and drifts slightly away from the group. For a brief moment, vulnerability appears. The signal is unmistakable. Without a roar or warning, powerful bodies burst from the grass, sprinting forward with explosive speed. In seconds, the distance collapses. Yet confronted by the herd's unity and formidable defense, the lionesses are forced to abandon the attempt. The retreat happens quietly, but the outcome is clear. As the savanna gradually moves deeper into the dry season, the Cape buffalo continue their journey across the open land. They are not hunters yet. Their presence is a reminder that survival in the wild does not depend only on claws or fangs, but often on the strength of collective defense. When danger fades even briefly, the rhythm of the herd shifts toward the next stage of the natural cycle. The breeding season begins. Within the herd, adult males become increasingly aggressive. They challenge one another in displays of raw strength, lowering their heads, locking horns, and pushing with all their weight to overpower a rival. These confrontations rarely end in death, but they are enough to establish dominance and determine which males will earn the chance to mate with the females. After mating, the females carry their calves through a long gestation period that lasts close to a full year. With the arrival of the next rainy season, the young are born and carefully protected within the heart of the herd. Across the African savannah, life continues with patience and resilience, guided by an ancient rhythm that has endured for thousands of years. And even as the horns of steel gradually fade into the drifting clouds of dust, the story of the savannah moves forward, endless and untamed. In another region of the savannah where the low grass stretches endlessly toward the horizon, a new day begins for another remarkable family of the African ecosystem. This is the realm of the African wild dogs. Known scientifically as Lycaon pictus, this species does not survive alone. Its true strength lies in the pack, an intricate social unit governed by cooperation and a highly organized structure. Each individual carries a uniquely patterned coat of mottled colors. No two patterns are identical, forming natural markings that act like fingerprints, allowing pack members to recognize one another even during the chaos of a hunt. The pack is rarely still. These predators are built for life on the open plains, relying entirely on speed, stamina, and flawless coordination. Unlike lions, which often depend on stealth and sudden ambush, African wild dogs pursue their prey across long distances, gradually wearing them down through relentless endurance. Every hunt becomes a powerful display of teamwork. Within the pack's social order, only one dominant pair is allowed to breed. The remaining members suppress their own reproductive instincts, dedicating their efforts to the strength and survival of the group. When the pups are born, the entire pack shares responsibility for their care. Adult hunters return from the plains and feed the young by regurgitating food, an uncommon behavior among carnivores. Yet despite this remarkable cooperation, life for African wild dogs is far from peaceful in the vast and demanding world of the savannah. Across the savannah, constant vigilance is essential. African wild dogs must remain alert to the presence of hyenas, their long-standing rivals. Hyenas are physically stronger and often appear in greater numbers, frequently attempting to steal freshly captured prey. Encounters between these two species are common, filled with tension, and neither side gives ground easily. Despite the constant dangers, the wild dog family continues its relentless journey. Hunting across the plains, moving from one territory to another and safeguarding the next generation. In a landscape where survival is tested every single day, their greatest advantage remains the unity of the pack. In such an unforgiving environment, true power does not come from a single animal. It emerges from complete cooperation where the strength of the group becomes the very foundation of survival. From across the open plains comes a sound that is impossible to mistake, a rough, unsettling laugh that cuts through the stillness of the savannah. It signals the presence of one of Africa's most successful predators. The spotted hyena Crocuta crocuta lives in large clans governed by surprisingly complex social systems. Unlike many other carnivores, their society is dominated by females. They are larger, more assertive, and control both access to food and the right to reproduce. Within the clan, every individual understands its exact position in the hierarchy. Far from being simple scavengers, spotted hyenas are highly capable hunters able to bring down antelope, zebras, and even young or weakened Cape buffalo. Their extraordinarily powerful jaws allow them to crush bones and consume nearly every part of a carcass. This efficiency often places them in direct conflict with other predators. They frequently steal kills from cheetahs, challenge lions, and regularly confront African wild dogs, their major competitors across the savannah. Their effectiveness grows even greater after sunset, when they become especially active under the cover of darkness. Within the African ecosystem, hyenas perform a vital role. By consuming remains and clearing carcasses, they help recycle life back into the land. Although they are often portrayed as villains of the wild, they are essential to maintaining the natural balance. In a landscape where death is never far away, hyenas endure as some of the most resilient survivors, not because of appearance alone, but through remarkable adaptation and the disciplined strength of their clan society. As the dry season advances, the Alliance of Cape Buffalo, often called the Horns of Steel, has little choice but to keep moving. Familiar watering holes have shrunk into scattered pools, and patches of green grass appear only in small, distant fragments across the plains. The herd's pace slows, its formation stretches out, and fatigue becomes visible in every heavy step. In this unforgiving savanna movement, always carries risk. This time, the watchers are in no hurry. Near one of the last remaining water sources, another pride of lions lies in wait. It is a place where prey must eventually arrive. Hidden in the shade, they remain perfectly still, patient and focused, waiting for the precise moment. When the horns of steel enter the critical zone, the herd's structure begins to loosen. One buffalo, weakened by the long journey, starts to fall slightly behind. The gap is small, but on the savanna, even the smallest separation can be decisive. The attack unfolds with sudden force as lions surge forward from multiple directions. The chase ends quickly. This time, fortune does not favor the buffalo. The herd pauses briefly in complete silence. There are no ceremonies, no lingering farewells. On the African savannah, life allows little time for mourning. The rest of the herd turns and continues its march, leaving death behind as an unavoidable part of an ancient journey. For the lions, it is the reward for patience, precision, and the discipline of a carefully planned hunt. In the distance, the ground begins to tremble with slow, rhythmic vibrations. A herd of African elephants is approaching. The African elephant, Loxodonta africana, is the gentle giant of the continent. These massive animals travel in close family groups led by the oldest female, the matriarch guardian of the herd's collective memory. She carries knowledge of ancient pathways, hidden water sources, and safe territories, wisdom passed down through generations. In a landscape that is constantly changing, this memory is essential for survival. Elephant herds maintain remarkably strong social bonds. The calves remain protected at the center of the group, surrounded by attentive adults. When danger threatens, the elephants quickly form a defensive circle, their tusks facing outward toward the threat. Few predators are capable of challenging such a powerful barrier. For most of the day, however, elephants focus on feeding. A single adult may consume hundreds of kilograms of vegetation every day. By pushing over trees, breaking shrubs, and digging into the earth in search of water, elephants reshape the landscape in natural ways. The watering holes they uncover or create often become critical lifelines for many other species during the dry season. Even the paths they carve through dense vegetation gradually become routes used by countless animals across the savanna. During the harshest months of drought, their influence becomes even more evident. Elephants function as true engineers of the ecosystem. By opening spaces in wooded areas, they help prevent the savanna from turning entirely into forest, maintaining the delicate balance between grassland and trees wherever they roam. Through their presence, many forms of life find the chance to endure. As evening approaches, the herd pauses near a low-lying area where water still remains. They drink, coat themselves in cooling mud, and stand quietly together. In the vast African savannah, where countless hunts unfold and losses are inevitable, elephants remain enduring symbols of memory, unity, and the lasting strength of the natural world. Beneath the murky, seemingly tranquil waters, massive shapes rest almost motionless. A group of African hippos lies submerged in the shallow edges of a river. The cool water helps them endure the intense heat and shields their thick, sensitive skin from the harsh midday sun. Only their eyes, ears, and nostrils rise above the surface, quietly observing everything that unfolds around them. Despite their slow and heavy appearance, hippos maintain strict control over their territory. Each stretch of river or isolated pool is dominated by a powerful male. He patrols, constantly displaying his immense size and opening his enormous jaws as a warning. Armed with long, tusk-like teeth and extraordinary biting strength, hippos rank among the most dangerous animals in Africa during daylight hours. Direct confrontations are not frequent. Most of the time, individuals settle disputes with subtle pushes beneath the water, quietly defining boundaries and maintaining distance. Calves swim close beside their mothers, and when the water deepens or danger is sensed, they climb onto their backs. The entire group remains largely still, conserving energy for the long hours of activity that come after sunset. Occasionally, an unfamiliar male drifts too close to the edge of the territory. The dominant bull responds with a deep roar released beneath the water, sending ripples across the surface. The message is unmistakable. The territory is already claimed. Under the blazing midday sun, the hippos remain nearly motionless, blending into the quiet landscape of the river. The scene appears calm, yet beneath the stillness lies constant tension shaped by power and territorial defense on the African savannah. Even the most peaceful moments conceal a force ready to emerge. Today, the struggle for survival across the savannah continues, though the context is gradually changing. The ancient rhythms of nature, predation, migration, reproduction, and competition are no longer influenced only by rain or drought, but increasingly by the growing presence of human activity. Dawn on the African savannah does not signal peace. It marks the first warning of a new day. As sunlight spreads across the cracked earth, every creature begins another race against time, where survival is measured with every breath. Through the grassland still veiled in a thin morning mist, a sleek figure moves with careful precision. It is the cheetah Acinonyx jubatus, the fastest land mammal on Earth. Its long, aerodynamic body, deep chest, slender legs, and non-retractable claws form the perfect design for speed. In only a few seconds, it can exceed 100 kilometers per hour, an acceleration powerful enough to overtake nearly any unsuspecting antelope. But today, the hunt is not for itself alone. This mother hunts for her young. Beneath the quiet shade of an acacia bush, 3 cheetah cubs rest, barely 3 months old. Their spotted coats are only beginning to take shape. For them, each day presents a challenge not only to survive, but to learn the skills that will one day make them hunters. The mother never strays far from the den. In a single morning, she must locate prey, bring it down, and return before the sun climbs high into the sky, before hyenas, lions, or even large birds of prey detect the vulnerable cubs. Suddenly, the wind shifts and she freezes instantly. Ahead of her, a herd of Thompson's gazelles grazes peacefully, still unaware of the danger nearby. The cheetah lowers her body, advancing with steps as light as drifting air. Her ears remain alert, her eyes fixed on a single target. A young gazelle that has wandered slightly away from the group. The moment arrives. From the tall grass, the mother launches forward like a living arrow. Dust rises into the air, a brief cry breaks the silence, and the chase is over within seconds. With careful vigilance, the mother lifts the prey and carries it back toward the den. Her head raised and every sense alert to the faintest sound. Even the smallest movement could reveal her presence, signaling that a hyena has caught the scent. But today, the savannah remains quiet. When she arrives, she lays the prey gently on the ground. The 3 cubs hurry forward, still clumsy as they attempt to bite and feed. Yet safety is never guaranteed. Even a single meal can vanish if a pack of hyenas discovers the trail. In the wild, where every sound may signal danger, speed is more than an advantage, it is a lifeline. And it is motherhood that transforms that speed into an unstoppable force. Far away in another corner of the savannah, the ground begins to tremble beneath the slow footsteps of gentle giants. Beneath the relentless sun of the African savannah. While many predators retreat to the shade, one silent figure continues to move through the landscape, leaving almost no trace. It is the leopard, the most solitary and mysterious of the great cats. High on the branch of an old acacia tree, a female leopard remains perfectly still. Her golden coat, patterned with dark rosettes, blends with the shifting light filtering through the leaves. This apparent calm hides a predator built for precision. Her body is compact and powerful, her limbs flexible and agile, and her sharp, retractable claws remain sheathed until the exact moment they are needed. Strong jaws and acute sense of smell, and above all, eyes capable of detecting the smallest movement even in low light, make her a quiet and formidable hunter. Unlike lions, which rely on the strength of the pride, or cheetahs, which depend on speed, the leopard survives through independence. Solitude is her strategy. Each female maintains her own territory, often spanning dozens of square kilometers. Within it, she hunts, rests, and raises her young without assistance. Not far away, hidden beneath a dense bush, lies her most precious responsibility, cubs only a few weeks old. Their tiny bodies, soft coats, and barely formed spots reveal how completely they depend on their mother. With wide eyes, clumsy movements, and no hunting instincts yet developed, they are extremely vulnerable. During the first months of life, the cubs rarely leave the den. Each day, the mother departs to hunt, leaving them alone, silent and still. Their only protection is perfect camouflage and the certainty that she will return. On the savannah, even silence can mean the difference between life and death. When the sun reaches its highest point, the leopard senses that the moment has come. She descends from the tree, her flexible body slipping through the vegetation without disturbing a single leaf. Ahead, a herd of impalas grazes calmly. These antelope are swift and vigilant, capable of leaping nearly 10 meters in a single bound. When fleeing danger, their senses finely tuned to detect the slightest threat. Even the smallest mistake could ruin everything. The leopardess presses her body close to the ground. Her padded paws move forward without the slightest sound, each step carefully measured. She selects her target, a young impala that has drifted slightly away from the herd. The wind favors her approach and no alarm is raised. Then in a fraction of a second, she launches from the ground in a sudden burst of strength and precision. The impala reacts too late. It tries to flee, but the distance has already vanished. A powerful strike followed by a fatal bite to the throat ends the pursuit. The entire event unfolds in mere seconds. Without delay, the leopardess drags the prey toward a nearby tree and with her remarkable climbing ability lifts the carcass high into the branches far beyond the reach of hyenas or lions. From her elevated refuge, she feeds first and leaves the remaining meat secured above. Soon after, she returns to where her cubs are hidden. Before reaching them, she releases a soft, low call, part signal, part reassurance. One of the cubs emerges from the vegetation and clumsily rubs against her legs, still fragile but safe. Under the relentless sun of the savannah, the leopardess remains a master of silence. She moves like a living shadow across a harsh land. And beyond that, she is a resilient mother, guiding the next generation with skill, instinct, and unwavering dedication. Beneath the unforgiving sun of the African savannah, A lioness lies quietly in the shade of a bush. At her side, 3 tiny cubs curl close together, sleeping in rhythm with her steady breathing. They are only a few weeks old, fragile, so their eyes not yet fully open and completely dependent on their mother's protection. Although lions are the only great cats that live in social groups, a female often separates from the pride after giving birth. This temporary isolation is a vital strategy to protect her cubs from numerous dangers: hyenas, leopards, and even unfamiliar male lions. If a new male takes control of the pride, he may attempt to eliminate existing cubs to bring the females back into breeding condition. Faced with such threats, the lioness becomes a fierce defender, willing to confront even members of her own species to safeguard her young. Once the cubs grow stronger, the mother gradually leads them back to the pride. From that moment on, raising the young becomes a shared responsibility. The lionesses cooperate closely, nursing the cubs, guarding them, and taking turns keeping watch. It forms a powerful network of maternal care built on instinct and cooperation. A lioness is far more than a skilled hunter. She is also a guardian, a nurturer, and a teacher to the next generation of the wild. Within her lies strength, strategy, and an unbreakable determination that nothing in the savannah can easily overcome. And so another chapter closes in the relentless struggle for life on the African savannah. In this unforgiving land, there are no permanent champions. The hunter that walks with confidence today may become the prey tomorrow. A single stumble, a delayed reaction, or a brief moment of overconfidence can instantly reverse the roles. The savannah shows no mercy for mistakes. Every encounter leaves unseen scars across the landscape and lasting marks on those who survive. Here, strength without caution can become a fatal flaw. And courage without strategy may lead to defeat. Even the most feared predators learn that power is fragile and that survival is always uncertain. In this wild world, survival is never guaranteed. It is a constant test. A quiet lesson written in endurance and instinct, where every sunrise offers another chance. And every sunset reminds all who live here that on the African savannah, safety is never permanent. If you want to continue exploring these real stories of extreme survival, like the video, subscribe, and join us on Beast Call Nature, where the natural world reveals its most raw, powerful, and unforgettable moments.